All right, we're live, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Public Schools of Robeson County Board of Education meeting. At this time, we have the invocation by Mr. Randy Lawson.
Okay. If you would, I've got a couple names here. We want to take a moment of silence. Gary Patrick, a former principal, Bethany Kinlaw, St. Paul's High School, Julian Strickland, Red Springs Middle, Jane Britt, Shining Stars, was a bus driver, and Lafayette Barnes was a former teacher. If you would, take a moment of silence. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for your love, mercy, and grace, dear God. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for bringing us out, dear Heavenly Father, and that we hear students in the hallways, dear Heavenly Father, and what a good sound that is. Dear Heavenly Father, just put your hedge of protection around us, over the public schools of Robeson County and the decisions we make, dear Heavenly Father. Let them be glorifying to you and your kingdom. We ask this in Jesus Christ's holy name. Amen.
Amen. At this time, we have the approval of the minutes, open session.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Had a motion by Randy, second by Henry. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Approval of the open session minutes.
Yeah, well, let me get back one
Okay.
spot. Randy. I jumped one. We got to do the adoption of the agenda.
Agenda,
Yeah.
that's what.
Yeah.
A motion to approve, Mr. Chairman.
I have a motion to approve the agenda. Terry?
Mr. Mike, I would like to add, for information items, I would just like more clarity about public comments, if you don't mind, the process and procedure for those. If you want to, add them to the agenda, I'd appreciate it.
Can you elaborate a little bit before we do that?
I want to be clear, 100% clear on the procedure for public comments. I'm well aware of the policy, but I want to know the procedure, when the form is going to be closed, when that information is going to be out there. And when I say it needs to be made clear, it needs to be made clear on the website rather than a form that's already closed. I would like clarity on that.
Okay, we'll have a discussion about it.
I appreciate it.
Now we have the minutes, Randy. Adoption of the agenda. Motion by Randy, second by Henry. All in favor, say aye. All opposed? Motion passed. So we're good with open session? Ready says need to go back to approval of the minutes for open session. Randy, you good with that? Randy, you second it? And Henry second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. All opposed? Motion passed. Now we'll move to information items. 2022-2023 Principal of the Year recognition, Ms. Melissa Thompson. And Billy Joe Harris. I need to come up there.
Good evening, Chairman Smith, Superintendent Williamson, and all members of the board. We'd like to thank you for coming tonight, and we'd like to do some special honoring of our very special staff. We're going to start tonight by presenting our beginning Teacher of the Year, and Miss Billy Joe is going to tell you a little bit about that process.
Okay, so this is just some of the eligibility requirements for the beginning Teacher of the Year. Successful completion of 1 year of teaching, and DPI determines a successful year as at least 6 months of employment. Continued employment for the next school year, and have direct instruction with students with at least 70% of the time. Okay. So the beginning teacher of the year is,
And please remember, this is for the 22-23 school year. May I get a drum roll, please? Miss Wendy's Cruz Ayala. Is she here? And this is in honor of your hard work and dedication to the students, their families, your school, and the public schools of Robeson County. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. So I did receive this at St. Paul's Elementary. That's where I teach third grade at. Thank you.
Miss Wendy's. Oh, thank you. Okay. So next we're going to go to the teacher of the year. Just the eligibility requirements for the teacher of the year. Hold a continuing license. Continuing just means that they have a clear license. They met test and course requirements to clear their license and have direct instructions at least 70% of the time with students. Okay. And I'm just going to recognize each each teacher of the year at each individual school. And again, this is for the 2022-2023 school year. Career Center is Mr. Ronald Dial. Carroll Middle is Megan Livingston. Deep Branch Elementary is Karen Johnson. East Robeson Primary, Asia Bracy. Fairgrove Elementary, Sarah Jacobs. Fairmont High is Miriam McLaurin. Fairmont Middle is Nancy Baxley. Littlefield Middle is Monica Hewitt. Long Branch Elementary is Peggy Britt. Lumberton Junior High, Cindy Gillespie Davis. Lumberton Senior High is April Ashworth. Magnolia Elementary is Erica Oxendine. Orem Middle, Sherry Powell. Oxendine Elementary, Jacqueline Locklear. Parkton Elementary, Monica Glover. Pembroke Elementary is Shannon Lowry. Pembroke Middle, Whitney Oxendine. Peterson Elementary, Elena Bouncer. Piney Grove Elementary, Stephanie Benson. Prospect Elementary, Lindsay Locklear. Purnell Sweat High, Joseph Epps. Red Springs High School, Brenda Oxendine. Red Springs Middle, Amanda Locklear. Rex Renard Elementary, Jessica Cummings. Rosenwald Elementary, LaShonda Jones. Roland Norman Elementary, Wanda McNeil. South Robeson Intermediate, Michael Gillian. St. Paul's Elementary is Jessica Dean. St. Paul's High, James Goins. St. Paul's Middle, this was one of my former students. So I'm really proud of her, one of my little 6th grade babies. And she talked all the time in class, all the time. Elizabeth Ellis. Tanglewood Elementary, Christy Leviner. Townsend Elementary is Tiffany Bridges. Union Chapel Elementary is Danielle Hagens. Union Elementary, Clarissa Hunt. W.H. Knuckle is Dana Kuster. Early College is Shaitan Jones. Shining Stars is Nita Locklear. Okay. Okay. So I'd just like to say that we are doing a recognition. Of course, we couldn't have all the teachers here in the building. So we are doing a drive-through event to recognize these teachers and give them a special gift along with their plaque. That drive-through event is May 24th at Lumberton Senior High at 5:30. Okay. So congratulations to all of our teachers of the year. Okay. And just how we do the process to select the teacher of the year. Each teacher of the year at the individual school is given the opportunity to complete a portfolio packet. They complete the packet. The top 5 candidates are then moved on to the next process, which is the interview process. They're interviewed by a central office staff committee. So with a combination of scores from the packets and for the interviews, we get a total score. And the highest score is how we determine who the teacher of the year is, okay? Next slide. So your teacher of the year for the public schools of Robeson County for the 22-23 school year is,
and this person will go on to compete at the state level. So once they are selected from the region, then they will go on to compete within the state. So with that said, the 22-23 Public Schools of Robeson County Teacher of the Year is, may I have a drum roll? From Fairmont High School, Miriam McLaurin.
Good evening. I would like to say that I truly appreciate this award and that I'm a special education teacher, and special education is a field that comes from the heart. And this means a lot to me, and it represents a milestone in my career. Thank you.
okay, so now we want to recognize each of our principals at the school, okay? Career Center is Mark Smith. Carroll Middle, Christopher Burton. Deep Branch Elementary is Aaron Hunt. East Robeson Primary, Dr. Lewis Cox. Fairgrove Elementary, Tawana Curry. Fairmont High is Ronald Prater. Fairmont Middle, Katrina Locklear. Littlefield Middle, Kendall Hamilton. Long Branch Elementary is David Oxnine. Lumberton Junior High, Dr. Savon Maltsby. Lumberton Senior High is Larry Brooks. Magnolia Elementary, Charles Locklear. Orem Middle, Anthony Britt. Oxendine Elementary is Dr. Sherry Herndon. Parkton Elementary, Christy West. Pembroke Elementary is Joanna Hunt. Pembroke Middle, Anthony Barton. Peterson Elementary, Melinda Sellers. Piney Grove Elementary, Kendra Dees. Prospect Elementary, Avery Brooks. Purnell Sweat High, Clyde Leviner. Red Springs High, Jamal Campbell. Red Springs Middle, Cassandra Sumter. Rex Renner Elementary, Nikki Brooks. Rosenwald Elementary, Justin Dow. Roland Norman Elementary, Dr. Joanna Cole. South Robeson Intermediate, Dr. Sherry Park. St. Paul's Elementary, Amanda Graham. St. Paul's High, Jason Suggs. St. Paul's Middle, Stephen Sinclair. Tanglewood Elementary, Joyce Brown. Townsend Elementary, Angela Faulkner. Union Chapel Elementary, Antonia Wilkins. Union Elementary is Amy Baker. W.H. Knuckles, Lisa Troy. Early College, Dr. Christopher Clark. Shining Stars, Sean Fico. PSRC lab program is Jonathan Blue. Okay, just to discuss the eligibility requirements for the principal of the year, be a principal of North Carolina Public School and have at least 4 years experience as an administrator. Okay. And how the process goes with the principal of the year. Each principal of each school will submit by secret ballot a name. The highest number of votes, of course, is the winner, and that's based on the individual's contributions to the students, families, staff, and to the district. Okay. So the principal of the year, 22-23, for the public schools of Robeson County is...
Okay, can I get a drum roll for the principal of the year? So for the public schools of Robeson County for the 22-23 school year, the principal of the year is Miss Amanda Graham, St. Paul's Elementary School.
They told me I was coming from my teacher. Thank you, all of you out there. We put in a lot of hard work every day, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. This concludes the announcements for our beginning teacher of the year, and principal of the year for the 22-23 school year. Thank you.
How about turn it off, Greg? Where we at now? We're at. Next item on the agenda is the Public Schools of Robeson County Battle of the Books winners. Dr. Robert Locklear.
Chairman Smith, Superintendent Williamson, board members, and especially all our guests that are here tonight. We will begin with our 2022 Battle of the Book winners. We're recognizing our first, second, and third place winners, followed by our Work Keys Platinum recipients. Then we'll have our Lumberton Junior High Robotics Club. Then we have 2 presentations for the North Carolina Unity Distinguished Service to Indian Education Award and the North Carolina Unity Distinguished American Indian Student, which is one of our high school seniors award. The Governor's School recipient, the North Carolina Teaching Fellows recipient, Skills USA winners, and the North Carolina Association for Scholastic Activities. So this time we'll begin with Dr. Baldwin and then our recognition for our Battle of the Books winners. So Superintendent and Chairman, if you would come forward, please.
Chairman Smith, school board members, and Superintendent Williamson, I would like to present to you our third place Battle of the Books winner, and that is East Robeson School. Let's give them a big hand.
Okay, we have Yasmin Allen, Brooks Baffaro, Kennedy Chavis. Oh, they're not here today, sorry. Lisbeth Galacia. Wave your hand. Joseph Hewitt. Go. Charlie Howell. William Juarez Lorenzo. Go. Bryson Jones. Liam Locklear. Kamari Odom. And Chase Pravat. Go, and our primary coach was Miss Letitia Hunt, assistant coach Miss Christina Schuster, and Miss Hannah Baffaro, and our principal is Dr. Lewis Cox.
At this time, we'd like to recognize our parents. At this time, parents, please stand, and grandparents and guardians, please stand. Let's give them a big hand. Thank you. Thank you for your support.
X out on that side. No X out on that side.
Thank you. East Robeson Elementary School, third place winner. Now moving on to our second place winner, St. Paul's Elementary. Come on down, St. Paul's Elementary.
Noah Locklear, Ben Crane Wynn, Donna Dow Jacobs coach, Brittany Norton coach, Jessica Dean coach, and Miss Billy Graham principal.
And congratulations, and let's give our parents at this time. Now, this time, we would like for everyone to, we would like to recognize our first place winner. The public schools of Robeson County, second and third grade Battle of the Books. First place winner, Tanglewood Elementary. Come on down, Tanglewood.
The team consists of Nora Blake Chadwick, Oliver Green, Justice Ingram, Caleb McMillan, Landon McMillan, Kinsley Rogers, Matt Watkins, Principal Joyce Brown, and I'm Cynthia Hammons, the coach.
Thank you, Tanglewood Elementary School. Thank you. Our next category. I am, okay.
Third grade, parents can exit out so we can have fourth and fifth grade come in. Fourth and fifth grader coming in, so I'll
Parent
say
switch,
third.
Oh, that's right. Doing a parent switch. Yeah, this is the other parent.
Fourth and fifth grade parents, fourth and fifth. That was good.
Our fourth and fifth grade category, these students, and I forgot to tell you that our second and third grade, they read 15 books, a total of 15 books this year. So moving on to our fourth and fifth grade category, they read a total of 15 books, and some of the pages averaged 200 pages. Our third place winner, Long Branch Elementary School.
My team consisted of Cora Bogenwright, Katie Jo Bullock, Harper Eubanks, Jordan Falk, Allison Hunt, and Logan Stead. And I'm Linda Jackson. I was the coach, and our principal is Mr. David Oxendine.
And let's recognize our parents for Long Branch. Parents, please stand. Okay, thank you, Long Branch. Thank you. Now moving on to our second place winner, Pembroke Elementary. Come on down.
Our Pembroke Elementary fourth and fifth grade Battle of the Books is Cameron Clark, Jonah Kraft, Isabella Freeman, Jada Freeman, Kyler Jackson, Eli Lowry, Jeffrey Locklear, Eden Ransom, Malik Southern.
I got to remember to speak into the mic, and we'd like to recognize our parents. Thank you. you. Pembroke Elementary, let's give them a big hand. Now I would like to present to you our first place winner for the public schools of Robeson County, 4th and 5th grade Battle of the Books. This school also placed second in Region 4. And in Moore County, I would like to present to you Littlefield Middle School.
Madison Chadwick, Brooklyn Dorsey, Karen Solano Juarez, Monica Solano Juarez, Madison Platt, Serena Brown, Coach Cindy Humphrey, Patricia Fox, and Zaria Humphrey, and Principal Kendall Hamilton.
And now, congratulations to our parents. We'd like to recognize our parents in the audience.
All right, our next group coming in is grades 6 through 8. So any parents, second, third, fourth, and fifth, you can exit out.
Thank you, Littlefield. Okay, our next category was cited. This is our 6th through 8th grade Battle of the Books. And these students read a total of 23 books. And this is our middle school, 6 through 8. Our third place winner for this year is Pembroke Middle. Come on down.
Our team members is Everly Brayboy, Montserrat Castrojohn, Chloe Demery, Piper Harrell, Logan Howington, Cameron Locklear, Mackenzie Locklear, Madison Oxenine, Kellyanna Scott, Kirsten Scott, Miley Scott, Arlu Silva, and Mr. Barton, principal.
Let's recognize our parents at this point. I would like for our parents to stand to be recognized, all of our parents. Congratulations, Pembroke Middle School. Our second place winner. Oh, they're already up here. Our second place winner, Seth Robinson. Let's read the names up. Come up here, read the up. There we go.
And let's see, that's Nasir Adams, Jiren Murphy, and Helen Vasco-Vera.
Thank you. And we'd like to recognize our parents at this time. Any parent? Thank you. Thank you, Seth Robinson. Dr. Sherry Parks, our principal, she's Yes, Dr. Sherry Park. Thank you. Okay, first place winner for this year, 6th through 8th grade. They also participated in Region 4, Prospect Elementary. Come on down, first place winner.
Our participants were London Bullard, Malachi Hunt, Ansley Locklear, Jenna Locklear, Jeremiah Locklear, Trevor Lowry, Caroline Smiling, and Jayla Wilkins.
And we'd like to recognize our parents at this time. And our principal at this time, we'd like to recognize our principal. Mr. Brook, yes, there he is right in front of me. Congratulations. Okay, thank you very much, Prospect.
All right, we're transitioning all elementary out, so high school battle books can come in, grades 9 through 12.
9 through 12 here, 9 through 12.
Thank you. Our third place winner, this is grades 9 through 12. Our third place winner, Red Springs High. And these students read a total of 15 books. Yes, our high school, 15 big books for high school.
Have Shakoria Chavis, Kristen Cummins is not here, Ethan Hughes, Destiny Locklear, and Tessa Morgan.
And our principal, Mr. Campbell. Let's give them a big hand. And our parents. Let's give our big parents a big hand in recognition. Thank you, Red Springs High, third place winner. Okay, our second place winner, Fairmont High School.
Good evening. Our students are Juan Aguilar, Joanna Aguilar, Starla Baggett, Chaston Barnes, Silas Beasley, Catalina Padwani, Jocelyn Soto, and David Young. Coaches, Monica Martin, and Principal, Mr. Ronald Prater.
Okay, and our principal, Mr. Ronald Prater. Let's give them a big hand. And don't forget our parents. Let's give them a big hand, recognize our parents. Okay, thank you. Fairmont High, second place winner. Okay, here's the finale for the Battle of the Books for this year. Public Schools of Robeson County, 9th through 12th grade. First place winner and third place winner of Region 4 in Hope County. Let's welcome St. Paul's High.
My students are Jacqueline Corona, Braylon Finkley, Brandy Harrelson, Tamia Love, Kendra McDuffie, Treasure McNeil, Jemiah Simmons, Evelyn Sullivan, myself, Denise Locklear. My assistant coach was Paulette DeGrude, and Mr. Suggs is our principal.
And we'd like to recognize our assistant principal, Dr. Tyndall. She's here with us. Thank you for coming. Thank you. Not forgetting our parents. Let's recognize our parents at this time. Thank you, St. Paul's High School. So at this time, thank you for helping us.
Transition the work keys. So anybody in high school for work keys, they're coming in. Anybody else about the books, please take it out.
Dr. Baldwin, Dr. Williamson, and Mr. Smith. I'd just like to, folks, you need to go to one of these if you hadn't been able to. This lady here does a fantastic job putting this stuff together. If you go down and see these kids when it's like 1 or 2 points away, and I mean, there's some tension going on, but to put all that together with the volunteers and everything, it's worth going to see next year. And thank you, Dr. Baldwin.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Hello, I'm Harvey Godwin Jr., and I'm the owner of Two Hawk Employment Services and Two Hawk Workforce Services. And this is something we started a few years ago through 2 hurricanes and a pandemic. Things kind of got off track, but our interest was in the National Career Readiness Certification. As you know, it's work keys. And over 10 years ago, the public schools of Robeson County, the county commissioners, Robeson Community College, and what was then called the Employment Security Commission and Two Hawk, we came together and realized we were trying to create a work-ready community. And part of that was stacking credentials. And the work key certificate is a stackable credential. So when a graduate from here tonight goes to work, they can show an employer that work key certification that they're going to be carrying around in their pocket and say, I can do this, this, and this. I'm ready, but I'm also trainable to any job you need for us to do or to be promoted. And as we know, the graduates you're seeing tonight have been through 2 hurricanes and a pandemic. And that's almost 4 years of their school life. My wife's a retired school teacher, art teacher from the public schools of Robeson County. Both my sons graduated from the public schools of Robeson County. My mother was a school teacher in the public schools, my sister. So I have a long time heritage in the public schools of Robeson County. And I'm just so fortunate that our company is able to give back here tonight to these fine students. And also, what has happened during the pandemic, if you may not be aware, it didn't take the federal government or Congress to raise the minimum wage. The pandemic raised the minimum wage. There's not many jobs around here now that don't start between $11 and $15 an hour, or mostly $15 an hour. But when we were studying this a few years ago with the public schools, we were finding out that students were homeless. Some were living in the woods. Some were having to work to help pay the bills and then go to school during the day and work at night. And this was an opportunity for us all to work together to help our students to excel after they leave high school. So I'm so proud to be here tonight to offer and give to each student who scored a high score on this assessment. There's 4 basic levels: bronze, silver, gold, and platinum. Of course, platinum is the Excel group. A few years ago, 10 years ago, well, 8 years ago when we started this, we had 1 platinum student out of all the graduates of the public schools of Robeson County. Then before the pandemic and the hurricanes, it went to 56. But we made a comeback tonight, so we have 48 students who scored a platinum. And I want to thank the principal of Lumberton High School for allowing us. This is something we did in all the high schools pre-hurricane and pandemic. We would go into high schools and talk about work keys to the students so they'd be ready to take the assessment. And it's not just another test. The kids that are going to college and going on, besides just going directly into work, but going to a higher education, for them to score high helps bring up the other students who have to go to work or go, maybe go to night school and community college. It helps them. So when employers look at this area, and Superintendent Williamson, you're so good at this in Hope County before you came here. When companies look at this area, they look at things like this and say, we're going to put our investment there. And as you look across North Carolina, we have these great companies coming in, and some of these students may not even work here in Robeson County. They may go to Raleigh, they may go to Greensboro, they may go somewhere where they're going to make a lot of money and have a great career and a great family life for them. So I know I'm long-winded on this, but we do have a passion for this. But tonight we're going to give $100 to each student that scored a platinum. There's 48 of those. And at the end, 2 schools tied for the most platinums, and we have a special presentation for them. So what we'll do, we'll start off with early college, and I think we have someone here to call their names out, and as they come in, we'll give them the check, and we'll shake their hands. And most important thing is they came for the money, so we'll give them the money. And I want to thank the parents. Without the parents, you've been here tonight supporting your kids in this endeavor. It shows a commitment on your part and staying the course through the hard times that we have. I want to thank you. We should give them a round of applause.
Okay. The students from early college are Anthony Smith, Carla McNeil, Hannah Strickland, James McDonald, Jessica Perez Rojas, Mia Locklear, Sherlyn Perez Aguilera, and 2 students who are not present, Diamond Harris and Elizabeth Olan Lopez. Let's give them all a round of applause. From Purnell Sweat High School, we have William Jacobs, Dante Jones, Jalen Locklear, And students not present with us tonight are Isabella Locklear, Kelly Locklear, Chloe Locklear, Tucker Lowry, Keely Oxendine. Let's give them all a round of applause. And we would. Did I miss someone? No.
Gabriel.
That's Lumberton High. We're not on Lumberton High yet. He's at Lumberton High. I got this. Would our parents please stand for Purnell Sweat High School? Oh, and the parents from Early College. Let's recognize you. Thank you. From Lumberton Senior High School, we have Gabriel Mystica. Jaquez Paris. Seth Adams. Jackson Sermons. Samuel Torres. Bella Merlot. Benjamin Saunders. Those who are not present this evening, Morgan Jones, Sitali Capote Mata, and Brian Louis, along with Ashton Sumter. Let's give these students a round of applause. And we would like for our parents to stand up to be recognized. Parents of these students. From Red Springs High School, we have Laisha Garaba. John Chavis. And not present this evening, Amara Hammonds, Federico Perez, and Bradley Warren. Let's give these students a round of applause. And parents, would you stand and be recognized? From Fairmont High School, we have Tavares Leggett. Savannah Brown. Juan Aguilera Castano. Congratulations, students. Let's give them a round of applause. Parents, will you stand and be recognized? Oh, there. No. Amarian Sinclair. Autumn Roger, I'm sorry, Brandy Harrelson. There she is. Damian Dean. Daniel Bavar. Ilian Oliver Riviera. George Castillo Diaz. Nalayi Hercules Lopez. Bryson Stewart. And those who are not with us this evening, Autumn Rogers, Gavin Freeman, and Michaelia Vestal. Let's give these students a round of applause. And parents, will you stand and be recognized? If any parents are here, thank you. Will Mr. Larry Brooks come forward? Where is he?
Very competitive for country schools, so I'm glad to say that we started this back this year. And for 2021, 2022, Platinum Act work keys for 11 of the most, there was a tie, 11 students at St. Paul's High School. But the tie went to Lumberton High School. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Please join me again in saying thank you to Mr. Garvin. What an investment in the future and in our students. Thank you so much.
Good evening, Dr. Williamson, Chairman Smith, board members. It is my pleasure to introduce the Lumberton Junior High School Robotics Club under the direction of Phyllis King. This group has worked hard this year on solving a real-world transportation problem. So they have partnered with different businesses and industries to help build their robotic competition table. And their hopes is that next year they will be competing, as we hope to have robotics clubs in every school. So members include Abraham Abumoson, Ethan Brown, Halen Perez, Alyssa Sims, Caleb Thompson, Rosa Murray, Lamisha Love, Grizel Posadas Hernandez, Heather Sampson, Nazrique Riggins Johnson, and Derwin Walker. Congratulations to these students, along with their robotics club advisor, Phyllis King. And Ms. Phyllis was also just awarded the 2022 Outstanding Educator in STEM Champion Award, and their principal, Dr. Savon Motsby. And any parents that are here with the robotics club, please stand.
Good job. Thank you.
Chairman Smith, Superintendent Williamson, board members, and esteemed guests. The 47th Annual North Carolina Indian Unity Conference was held virtually on March the 9th through the 11th of 2022 and presented multiple community awards. These prestigious awards were given by the United Tribes of North Carolina. There are 8 state-recognized tribes located in North Carolina: the Kahari, the Eastern Band of Cherokee Indians, the Halawasa Pony, the Lumbee Tribe of North Carolina, the Meharry and the Saponi, the Occaneechi Band of the Saponi Nation, and the Waccamaw Siouan. Several individuals were recognized for their contributions, and each recipient received an award from the United Tribes. But we are here tonight to recognize 2 individuals from Robeson County. The first award that was given was North Carolina Unity Distinguished Service to Indian Education Award. This award was given to Mr. Kenneth Clark. Mr. Clark, a Lumbee Indian and Public Schools of Robeson County Indian education personnel, was awarded the United Tribes of North Carolina Distinguished Service to Indian Education. This award recognizes excellence in service to educational opportunities to American Indians that reside in North Carolina. Mr. Clark has worked in Indian education for his entire career. He began his career with the North Carolina Indian Cultural Center, where he researched and worked closely with the North Carolina state-recognized tribes. In 1992, he moved to the public schools of Robeson County, where he began working as a youth development specialist, serving several schools within the South Robeson community: Fairgrove Middle, Fairmont Middle, Southside Ashpole, Roland Middle, and South Robeson High. He later became the public schools of Robeson County Indian Education Dropout Prevention Specialist and currently serves as the Indian Education Cultural Enrichment Specialist. Mr. Clark has provided cultural programming for students in the public schools of Robeson County, college students, as well as tribal and community leaders. He is often called upon to share his knowledge with those who are interested in the culture of the American Indians in Robeson County. Mr. Clark worked closely with former Chairman Godwin, Nancy Fields, and others to develop an exhibit at Fort Fisher that displays the contributions of the Lumbee people in the building of Fort Fisher. Mr. Clark is a historian at heart and is well-versed in the history of Robeson County. As a result of his work with Indian education, he created the Robeson County Historical Sites Tour. The tour consists of visits to many historical sites in Robeson County and shares the rich history of our county, which includes a historical marker for the grave site of Virginia Dare, who was the first English colonist born in the New World. The Battle of Hayes Ponton, where the KKK were driven out of Robeson County, and the original site of UNCP, which was the Croatan Normal School, established to train American Indian teachers, as well as many other historical locations. Mr. Clark received his undergraduate degree in American Indian Studies at Pembroke State University and his graduate degree in American Studies at Bowling Green State University in Ohio. Mr. Clark is married to Tanya Clark. They have 2 children and will soon be grandparents. He has worked in the public schools of Robeson County Indian Education Program for 30 years and will retire at the end of this school year. Mr. Clark takes great pride in his work and has been a wonderful, wonderful asset to the public schools of Robeson County Indian Education Program. We are excited on one end of his upcoming retirement, yet sad on the other, for we realize the wealth of knowledge that Mr. Clark brings to Indian education. It has been my great pleasure to work with Mr. Clark, and I am honored to recognize him tonight as the recipient of the United Tribes of North Carolina Distinguished Servants to Indian Education. Please welcome and congratulate Mr. Clark.
Mr. Chair, may I say something while he's getting this picture? And Mr. Superintendent, this is the most humble man and the kindest man you ever meet. If you ever around him much, you would think that he's just an old country farmer, but he is so smart, so brilliant, and we're going to miss him. And those of you who do not know, Mr. Kenny had a fight for his life, health problems, and he came back and he beat it. I admire him for his fortitude and his willingness to fight. And I look at him and he's just a living miracle to be walking around. So I appreciate what he's done in his career and the fight that he's fought to be here today with us right now. Thank you.
Mr. Williams, I'd also like to say that if you want to see an immaculate museum, go by Indian Education. Mr. Kenny's responsible for that. It's awesome. It's very professional.
And I want to say, Dr. Emmanuel, that truth about fighting for his life. That's how we know God.
Yes, thank you.
Also like to recognize Mr. Kenny Clark, Mr. Kenneth Clark's wife, Ms. Tanya. Would you please stand? Our second recipient is for the North Carolina Unity Distinguished American High School Senior Award. Mr. Dylan Hammonds, an enrolled member of the Lumbee Tribe and student at Purnell Sweat High School, was awarded the United Tribes of North Carolina Distinguished American Indian High School Senior Award for his service to American Indian culture. Dylan's stellar academic record has him in the top 10% of his class and has afforded him opportunities to participate in several programs to include Project Access at UNCP, NC State's Native Education Forum, and UNC Chapel Hill's Carolina Horizon. He is a member of the National Beta Club, National Honor Society, and a North Carolina Scholar. However, as we all know, academics is only a small part of the equation for a successful student. Qualities such as determination, working well with others, and leadership skills are demonstrated in his extracurricular activities and off-campus events. Dylan has served on Purnell Sweat soccer and bowling teams, the junior ROTC, where he ranked as a cadet second lieutenant and captain of the drill team. He has volunteered at local rest homes, roadside cleanup efforts, and also assisted at the special needs prom and fun days. Dylan is active in his church by participating in numerous activities such as Harvest Church homecoming events, Vacation Bible School, youth volunteer, youth member, teaching children's church, drama team member, media coordinator, assistant elders, church cleanup days, Hurricane Matthew relief, Hurricane Florence relief, and canned food drives. This young man has accumulated more than 1,000 volunteer hours over the past 4 years. Even with all these responsibilities, Dylan is still an active member in his cultural community. Dylan has dedicated some of his extracurricular time to the North Carolina Native American Youth Organization, NCNAO, where he has served as a county representative and recently has held the position of the male co-chair. He has worked as a junior staff member with the Lumbee Tribe of North Carolina Boys and Girls Club, which has afforded him several opportunities to participate in national conferences, weekly cultural events, and tutoring sessions for younger participants. He is the co-president of the American Indian Student Association and a member of the American Indian Science and Engineering Society, and has dedicated his high school career to these organizations. In his role as president of the American Indian Student Association, he has conducted business meetings, assisted with planning, implementing events, promoting and encouraging student involvement, serving as the youth voice on the Robeson County Indian Education Parent Committee. Dylan was also selected as a member of the Lumbee Nation Youth Enterprise and the Alliance for Climate Education. These opportunities are a few of a long list of accomplishments that have enhanced his performance in high school and will be to his advantage with his transition to the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, where he received the Carolina Covenant, which will allow him to receive his degree debt-free. Dylan is the son of Miss Lushina Hunt. It is my pleasure to recognize Dylan Hammonds as the United Tribes of North Carolina Distinguished American Indian High School Senior. I would also like to recognize his principal, Mr. Clyde Leviner, his YDS, Miss Elena Hunt, and his mom, who is with him tonight. Would you please stand? Thank you.
At this time, we'll present the Governor's School Recipient Award. After rigorous selection processes, the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction is excited to invite Dean Whitley, Jr. at Lumberton Senior High School, to attend the 2022 session of the Governor's School of North Carolina. From over 1,700 state-level nominees, Dean's application exemplified the excellence the committee looked for in North Carolina Governor's School participants, and we could not be more pleased that you applied for this opportunity. The North Carolina Governor's School is the oldest institution of its kind in the nation and has a proud tradition of excellence. Congratulations to Dean, her parents, her teachers, and most of all, her principal, Mr. Larry Brooks. Dean, if you would have your parents stand up. Oh, there she is. And at this time, we'll recognize our North Carolina Teaching Fellows recipient. Yanari Sanders, a Red Springs High School senior, has been chosen by the North Carolina Teaching Fellows Commission as a North Carolina Teaching Fellow. Yanari is one of 119 individuals in the 2022 class of the North Carolina Teaching Fellows. Individuals named as fellows may attend any of the program's 8 partner institutions: Elon University, Fayetteville State University, North Carolina Agricultural and Technical State University, North Carolina State University, Meredith College, the University of North Carolina Charlotte, the University of North Carolina Chapel Hill, and the University of North Carolina Pembroke. Congratulations to Yanari, her parents, her teachers, and most of all, her principal, Mr. Campbell. And Yanari, if you would tell us which university you've selected. Fayetteville State. Congratulations. Yanari, your parents? Your mom. Okay, thank you. Congratulations.
Okay, next we'd like to present to you this year's first place winners in the chapter display of Skills USA for the state of North Carolina. If I can find my notes right here. Okay, these students from the Robeson County Career Center participated and they placed first in the chapter display competition at North Carolina Skills Conference in Greensboro. Congratulations to y'all come on up. Jace Calder. Jada Locklear. Lucas Merks. Along with their instructor, Mr. Mike Lewis, and Principal Mark Smith. These students will be representing the state of North Carolina at the Skills USA Conference in Atlanta, Georgia, on June 20th through the 24th. Mr. Lewis, come on up. We have any parents of these students? Let's give them a round of applause. We also have a state winners for the FFA chapter. The Lumberton FFA chapter members placed first in the state during the North Carolina FFA Association land judging competition. So the team consisted of Mello Burlow. Okay. Come on up. Don't be ashamed. Cameron McInnes. Lacey Rozier. And Taylor Stone. Y'all notice anything about this FFA group?
Ladies.
They're all what?
Ladies.
Oh, all female group in land judging. And their teacher, of course, is Miss Candace. And y'all went somewhere, didn't you? Yeah. They just got back from the Nationals in Oklahoma.
Mr. Herman, who is that pretty little girl there?
That belongs to Miss Candace.
Oh, is it? Good. I know this little lady. I didn't know who the pretty little girl was.
Okay, thank you.
apologize, but Mr. Brandt said he was on his way, so we'll go ahead and continue. So this time we recognize the North Carolina Association for Scholastic Activities. So we want to recognize the 4 league champions in the first season of Quiz Bowl under the leadership of Mr. Ken Brandt. So a quick inspirational bit about building it on the way up. And as these coaches come forward, they really did build it on the way up. So for our high school division, Lumberton Senior High School is coached by Thomas Watkins. Lumberton Senior High School. Middle school champions, Union Chapel Elementary School, coached by Jonna Dollar.
So much.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Appreciate
it. Yes, thank you so much.
How you doing?
Good, good. Yes, sir.
Picture, Antonio, picture.
Some more things for you guys.
Pembroke Middle School, coached by Stephanie McGirt.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. All right. Jonah, don't go anywhere yet.
Who we doing now? For sure.
This. I'll give that to your coach, please. Good, how are you? And also, get a set of these. These are the finals in the middle school state championship. Sorry about this, guys. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Next up, Lumberton Junior High, coached by April Wright. Thank you. There you go. And each coach is getting a $25 gift card from the Kiwanis. So thank you, Kiwanis, for that. And Thomas Watkins from Lumberton Senior High. I know he's on campus trying to make his way here. Thank you. Mr. Watkins. That was quick. Here's that. You're welcome. And last and not least, of course, Jonah, who's already been presented. I just want to tell you really briefly about Quiz Bowl this year. It has been a fun adventure. And we instantly, when Robeson County signed up, we instantly boosted the league's numbers by 33% in the state with the addition of our 23 schools, middle and high schools. So look for more from us as we get ready to ramp up for the fall league season. And thank you very much and good evening.
Where we at, Grant?
Policy 910.
Next item on the agenda is the policy 9010 site selection by Dr. Freddie Williams.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, in your package, as made reference to, is Public Schools of Robeson County Policy 9010 Site Selection. And if you will pull that, if you flip to the second page of the information I provided for you, very briefly, I want to walk through that and then come back to the policy. Again, policy 910 spells out that it is the responsibility of the school board to take a vote and select any school site. Point 2 is based on meeting immediate and future educational needs. The superintendent by policy shall assist school board in selection of any school site and factors for consideration, and I will not read them to you, on the policy 1 through 5. Again, just as a reference of the process as we move forward. Number 2, point for future discussion. We had a conversation around the I-95-74 Industrial Park Overlay District. We did meet with the economic developer, so whenever we come together to have a conversation around site selection, we were asked Mr. Jones to come and share that information. We met also with Mr. Ossendine, I think. Am I right? Yeah. In terms of who is chair of Comtech board to talk about the possibility of trading property, which is, we've had conversations around that. We're in the process of environmental results for the 711 Deep Branch Road property and the Comtech site, and we hopefully will have that by the time that we meet for that discussion. And then both sites are listed on our need-based grant application. Number 3, recommendation for next steps. I am going to ask tonight that the board, that we recess this board meeting for the purpose of reconvening to have a full conversation around possible site selection. I included in your package or email in terms of both sites will work, and the school will fit on both sites. I'm sorry. And then as superintendent, my intent is to recommend to the board that we take a vote on the 2 existing sites that we have on the application. If we cannot determine a site, then that we will move to alternative conversations and sites. So again, my intent tonight is ask this board to recess this meeting, set a date that we can come back together and have a full conversation according to our policy on site selection. Any questions, any concerns?
If I have any questions?
This was during the finance and construction meetings. I do have some paperwork here that was given to a county commissioner that I would like to give you tonight if we're going to recess, that you can take a look at it. From that process, it was given from Lumber River Council of Government, and it shows pretty much 5 sites. And I'm just putting that out there, and we'll go from there. I don't have a problem recessing it and to discuss it.
Great. Thank you,
Okay.
sir. Thank you.
We'll recess after, as we get through the agenda. Before we leave, we'll recess. Mr.
Okay.
Jeff?
Mention that, and I think Mr. Lawson just alluded to this, there are at least 3 other viable sites. I know that these 2 sites are part of the application at this time for the grant, but the grant has not been submitted as of this time. Is that correct?
We have received notification of funding, total amount of $40 million.
And again, this is a process that we need to consider, this board needs to consider very seriously with a lot of import, because whatever decision is made, it will be permanent, obviously. And we've heard county commissioners mention, and there is an economic impact on the decision, the final decision that will be made. And I would like to see this process include at least 3 other viable sites with economic and social factors incorporated.
Mike,
Randy?
being that, Mr. Gentry stated that, I do have the paperwork. I want to give it to you. Take a look at it. But I was also told by county commissioners that they may even help purchase the land for the site. So, and I say this, Dr. Williamson, when you came on this board as superintendent, to be the superintendent of public schools, Robeson County, you said that you were going to reach out and work with the county commissioners. And this is the first time in my 10 years that I've been on this board that the county commissioners have reached out to me and wanting to do something with the public schools of Robeson County. And for that, I'm appreciative to them. I don't think they're trying to tell us where or when we need, but they are looking at economics. And on the paperwork that I give you, you will see the differences in those. And it's the circles drawn. We had this done when I first came on the board. Mr. Robbie Ferris presented it to us. We know that economics, even though with Mr. Grady being on transportation, that it has grown tremendously in the northern end, because 295 is coming through up there. So we also spoke, Mr. Craig, we also spoke that a school needs to be in St. Paul's, an elementary school. They're the largest elementary school. And I'm just saying, when we get monies, and these are things that we've talked about in the past, but I think we need to consider everything that's on the table rather than limiting ourselves to 1 or 2 options. I don't think, personally, that's right to the taxpayers, that's right to the students of the public schools of Robeson County. But there is time for discussion on it.
Absolutely.
And I appreciate you putting that out there. And we do want to hear your wisdom, because you went through these before. We've waited on this board, I've been here 10 years, but we've waited 35 years to build a school. And I think it's coming to fruition. I, like you, want it in the best place for this county, not just for one side or the other side or middle side. That's my opinion. And I know there's 11 board members and everybody's got their opinion. So, and thank you, Dr. Williams.
Thank you.
May I make a statement?
Ma'am?
I agree with Randy, there should be input from everybody. But if you go back in history, when we were trying to get North Robeson, the community, and I was a teacher at that time, we talked and we negotiated and we planned until eventually we had nothing. I think there comes a time when you have to put, these are the decision, maybe the sites that Mr. Randy's talking about. We got to narrow it down and move on, because what's going to happen with inflation and all, it's going to come to absolute, we keep talking and talking and have nothing. I think we have to also keep the purpose. And I thought we were discussing a technology high school, not building another school. I know we need many schools. We need one in the north end of the county. But to me, that's a completely different thing, that we need another school. I thought we were going with a technology high school. I thought that was the issue on the table.
Numerous times on construction that we have talked about, there needs to be a school. I feel like that may be coming. That there's not just
We're
one
not
school.
superseding the technology high
Right.
school.
No, technology is first and foremost, and the monies are coming available. And I know that we need to go ahead and do what we're gonna do, but it's also, there's 11 board members and everybody was not in the last meeting with finance and construction. And I think every board member has a right for a say, because you represent, there's 3 at-large board members on here. You represent this whole county. We also represent the whole county, but we have our own districts. And that's what I was saying.
Okay, I don't oppose at all what
Yeah,
you said.
this
I'm
is-
just saying we gotta make a decision at some point in time and move on.
Right.
Yeah.
And again, our intent with the recess meeting and setting the date is just that, so everyone can have an opportunity to be hear the voice.
Chairman,
Correct.
one quick comment. Recessing the meeting and moving on next time, that's fine. But I will say this, when we meet and everybody has their input, this is a Board of Education decision. I know that's going to sound ugly. It's not a Board of Commissioners decision. And I will say that tonight and I will say it later. It's the Board of Education's, in my opinion, responsibility to make this decision. But we can
I agree.
recess and meet later.
Thank you.
Thank you. Randy, you can give out, before we adjourn, you can give out, you said you got some stuff, you give it out? Okay, all right. So, next item on the agenda is the employee supplemental support. Erica Setz.
Thank you, Mr. Bobby and Dr. Robert. Good evening, Chairman Smith, Superintendent Dr. Williamson, and board members. I was asked to kind of give a brief synopsis or review of additional funds that have come into public schools, whether by decisions made by this board or by the state of North Carolina that affect our employees, and will end up being additional funding paid out to our employees. So as a reminder, this board approved last school year $1,000 COVID stipend payable to all classified and certified permanent part-time and full-time employees. That was paid in June of 2021. An additional $1,000 for this school year was approved. Half of that was paid in December, and the remaining half will be paid in June. Again, it's prorated for part-time employees and late hires. This Board of Education approved to double the classified supplement from 1% to 2% this school year. Half of that was paid in November, and the remaining half will be paid in June. This board approved a virtual stipend for our classroom teachers who are teaching students in both virtual and physical face-to-face environments, and that is $200 per month, regardless of student count or number of days in each of those periods. There was also a classwork stipend that was approved at a rate of $30 per hour. That was for some training that occurs on Saturdays during this fiscal year. There was a grant that the public schools of Robeson County applied for and were awarded through Ms. Charlene and the Child Nutrition Department for a school food service bonus. That will either be somewhere between $400 and $450, depending on how many employees end up being eligible. And that is for cafeteria employees only. That will be paid in June as well. And we recently received a nursing grant in collaboration with the Department of Health and Human Services. And there will be a stipend given to our nurses as well in June for their additional work during the pandemic. And last but not least on this list is the state mandated PRC 071 that this board approved, but that was funded by the state of North Carolina. And that is for certified employees only who have been employed as of April the 1st, and that will be paid in June as well. And I just wanted to send this again as a summary to show the various funding sources that have come into the county beginning with last year and this school year. And answer any questions anyone may have about this information.
What's the nurse's stipend? How much?
The amount, so there's 4 things we're going to have to pay for. The total grant's $260,000. We're going to pay for software that the nurses need that help with COVID tracing. We're buying all of the nurses' printers and updating computer equipment. After those 3 things are done, then we'll be able to determine what the remaining funds will be used for the stipend. Right now, it looks like it's going to be close to $3,800 per employee. There will be one nurse who started in this school year will be prorated. But it looks like it's going to be approximately $3,800, but that number will shift because we want to ensure we spend all the funds based on what the total dollar is for those other 3 items.
Follow up, Mr. Chair.
Follow up, Henry, then Mr. Gentry.
Is, that CNA's included on that?
That does not include the CNAs, that only includes the school nurses. As a reminder, our CNAs received a $1,000 sign-on bonus this year as part of their initial employment. And that grant has been extended for another year.
Mr. Gentry.
So for the combined amounts for certified personnel, the $1,000 on line 1 and the $1,490 on the last line is a combined total of $2,490 for certified personnel. Am I reading that correctly?
That's correct, up to $1,490, because again, that is one of the grants where it depends on the number of employees. There's a fixed dollar amount, so we back into it based on the number of eligible employees along with benefits. So it could be less than that, but it won't be more than that.
Harry's got the floor.
One of the ways I think we can incentivize teachers is through summer school. And I noticed that I think all teachers in the county have the opportunity to apply to teach summer school, but summer school is not necessarily offered at each site. Do we have a process for sort of rotating those sites, this year and then, having X sites this year and then switching them up next year? Or is that based on need, or is that based on geographical need for the students? How are we ensuring that every teacher in the county has a fair shake in terms of having an opportunity to teach summer school?
So all the I'm sorry, did y'all? Okay,
Bobby, you got that?
okay. You want me to answer?
I'll let Bobby address it. Take the heat off of it.
School food service students.
So, Mr. Chairs, Dr. Williamson, board members, so there are several factors that go into selecting those summer school sites. One is geographical location. Second primary factor is going to be Miss Charlene and her feeding sites. So although not every school this year is going to be used, every teacher across the district has the opportunity to apply and maybe work at another site. I looked today, if I'm not mistaken, I believe we may have no more than 4 sites that are not open. And off the top of my head, I know 3 of those sites are Oxendine, Tanglewood, WH Knuckles, Rex Rennert are the 4 sites that I'm almost positive, just off the top of my head, are not going to be operational this year. But again, it's based off of those 2 factors of providing bus transportation and also summer feeding.
As well as the
And Ms.
fact
Robinson, I'm sorry.
that aside from Read to Achieve, our summer programs, aside from Read to Achieve, Summer Bridge, and Career Acceleration, our summer programs are unfunded. We have to use existing PRCs to fund it, so you have to have consideration for total cost of all of the programs as well.
May I make a
Wait
statement?
just 1 minute. Wayne's got the floor, then you, Dr. Manuel.
After me, Dr. Manuel.
Yes,
You
sir,
talk
after
enough.
you
Heard
anytime.
you enough. Anyway, so when we get our stipend money, is there any other pools that we can pull from as far as to give stipend money? Is that a trick question?
It kind of is because, most of the funds we use have already been budgeted for a designated purpose. And we are using, have used a combination of ESSER 2 and 3 to fund these supplements. And once we finish paying this out, we will have paid out over $7 million in stipends.
Okay. And don't know, just something that I would like to share. I've been on this board 12 years, and something that I've been harping on for years, and finally gave it a rest. But I want to share this right here. We have some people out in the audience right here. I want everybody to see this right here. This is what we call a district transfer. This is how many kids that are going to be transferred across our county this year coming up. Okay. I'm not going to tell you how many they are, but there's a lot. And I know some people might want to hear it, some people might not. But if you want your child to go from school A and turn around, but I want my child to go to school B, charge $100 transfer fee. Charge something. It's not much. But you look how thick this book is right here. And then you're looking at stipends. Guess where you can get money from to give teachers and to give bus drivers and to give more people? Quit depending on the state when we've got it right here in front of us, to where if you want your child to transfer, just charge them a simple transfer fee. I know I hear it sometimes, well, you know, you got to let the child go here. You got to let the child go here, whatever. I get that to a certain extent. But if you want your child to have a car, you want to try to help provide them with a car. You want to buy them a pair of shoes, a bicycle, or whatever. You know, it's just food for thought. I mean, there's a lot of kids being transferred right here. At least $2,100 a pop. I mean, I'm just saying that there's more ways to help generate money that's sitting right here in front of our eyes. And it's not beating up parents that want their kids to transfer. It's just trying to, you know, if there's other ways that we can, assume money, why not look at those ways right there? Just food for thought.
You got the floor, Dr. Bain.
May I add to what Mr. Terry asked? The calls I receive, some of those teachers, like PE teachers, counselors, which are not necessarily teachers, but they're categorized as those are people not certified to teach in those areas, like K3 that call me. Every call that I received that didn't get, quote, to work summer school, those are people who were not qualified to work in those areas. For example, you got a person teaching high school, they applied to teach summer school, but they didn't have the qualifications to teach in the programs they were using. So there's some instances like that. So it's impossible every teacher to teach. Now, in the high school area, that's up to their principal if they're chosen. But if they apply to teach in elementary, they're not certified to teach in those areas. And I'm not doing your job, but the calls I received this summer are those people who wanted to teach and they were not qualified to teach, or something was wrong with their license. They were expiring, or they had to do some more work, according to Melissa. Now, those are the calls I received that didn't get to work this summer.
Terry's got the floor.
I appreciate that, Dr. Manuel. I didn't receive a call from anybody that wasn't certified. Okay. And my request was actually just, for the ones that are from these schools that don't have summer school offered there. What are the chances of those that are, even the qualified ones? What are the chances of those being selected to go to another school? So, and my question was, is there any way that we can maybe start looking at rotating those out? And I know that it's based on the principal's purview and all that. I'm just throwing it out there just to discuss, amongst yourself later. We got a year, so we don't have to go around and, discuss it tonight.
Ms. Melissa?
Okay, just to give you a little bit of information on how they were selected or their opportunity to be able to work. The sites were listed for each camp. For example, like the RTA camp, every site that the RTA is offered, the applicants had the option to sign up for one of those places. And so once all the applications were in, the applications were separated by your first site selection. So let's say Rex Renard is not a site, but any teacher who applied, their application was looked at because they had to have applied for one of those camps on one of those sites. They had to apply for one of those sites. So the opportunity was there, and there were not enough teachers, let's just say at Long Branch, for example. There were not enough teachers at Long Branch alone to fill the vacancies of the summer employees that we needed. So we did have to go outside of Long Branch to fill those vacancies. So the opportunity was there, and we did pull from sites that or schools that were not actually summer school sites. But also the eligibility requirements to teach the RTA from the state level, we have to look at EVA scores, and all of that is considered as well. I hope that helps a little bit, but I do understand what you're saying when that particular site is not, or school is not a site. but we did give them the opportunity to apply, and we did use folks who work at schools who are not actually at a site. It's not a site this summer.
Mr. Gentry has the floor.
There are 26 pages here of candidates for positions for summer school. Are all of those, I assume they're all viable candidates and are at some point of screening at this point. Are all those positions funded at this point for summer school?
Yes, sir. And also, just a reminder, our summer school program for this year looks a lot different from the prior year. Previously, we were under a state mandate to offer a certain type of a summer program that included resource and other things that is not being mandated this year. Again, we spent over $11 million last summer in summer programs that we do not have a repeat of funds to do that in this year. So the summer program this year is much smaller than it looked for prior year. And I also wanted to put out there, again, reminder, this information that we're talking about is additions. I want to put out there, we still are paying the certified supplement. The additional half, the 3%, is also going to go out in June. I don't want to get any calls from any teachers that we have eliminated that. That's just not on this list because nothing has changed with it. It's been 6%, but I just wanted to make sure I say that on top of these funds, certified employees will also receive their other half of their supplement in June as well.
Any other questions? Dr. Williamson?
And Mr. Locklear, to your point, so I'm saying to both Bobby and Robert, make a note for the rotation. We've had that conversation already, and so that's our intent, but thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Gentry?
This question is not necessarily for Erica. She mentioned a number of summer programs that are not funded or will not be funded. I'm assuming there was some type of rating process that helped decide which summer programs were going to be offered.
Well, when I say that they're not funded, there are things in place like Read to Achieve. We get a separate allotment for that. The Summer Bridge and the Career Acceleration, we got grants for those. The other summer programs, L, Migrants, ESY, help me, Credit Recovery, we had existing funds that we set aside either in 069 at risk, exceptional children funds, or our existing ESSER funds. We didn't get additional dollars with the specific purpose of summer school, but we had summer school in mind already and set aside those funds for this purpose.
Dr.
Mr. Chair.
Williamson?
And then Erica, let's remind our board members, we're maintaining the $50 that
That's
we
correct.
last year, and so that was a priority. I think other public school units around us have reduced that. So again, we're paying more than most, maintaining that $50.
And as I mentioned at a previous meeting, and I'll reiterate again, last summer, the state allowed us to contract with all the teachers. So they were considered temporary employees for the summer. There was no retirement match that we as a district had to pay, nor the employees. But this summer, that is not in place. So the employees will be paying their 6% retirement into the system, and the district will have to pay the 24.10% match for retirement. So that also adds to the cost.
Dr. Williamson, will
Henry?
teacher assistants also be added in that equation?
Yes,
Yes.
Alyssa, you want to address that?
Yes, we, teacher assistants also had the opportunity to apply, just as the teachers did. They could apply to all the sites that were offered, and we selected them the same way.
And that would be one teacher assistant per every three.
Yes, sir. Every 3 classes, and that's K-12.
And we kept all the elevated rates in place so TAs will be at $30 an hour, bus drivers $25 an hour. I know I'm YDS $40 an hour. The site coordinators will be $60 an hour, and nurses and other certified employees at $50.
Any other questions? All righty.
Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Appreciate it. At this time, we'll move to the public comments. And Terry, we'll come back to you, but right now we'll move to the public comments that were on the agenda. We had two people that wanted to speak. One was Doug McBroom. Is Doug in the building? The next person to speak is Tribal Chairman John Lowry. John, you got 3 minutes, buddy. Appreciate you showing up.
Thank you for having me.
Here, you put the time
Mike is my old T-ball coach, Red Springs days.
Yeah.
Superintendent Williamson, Chairman Smith, fellow board members, I'm John Lowry, Chairman of the Lumbee Tribe. Thank you for listening. American Indian leaders and educators, which include Lumbee people, secured Indian education funds in 1972. It was through strategy and tenacity that this was accomplished. Initially, this administration refused access to Title VI resources for some of our Indian children. At best, from a legal perspective, PSRC was not in compliance with federal mandates. It's not about PSRC or the Lumbee Tribe. It's about the federal government using Title VI and local LEAs to uphold their legal obligations under federal laws, treaties, and regulations to educate the youth of the different tribal nations. Historically, consortium agreements have not been a problem. This past year, local charter school leaders entered into a consortium agreement with PSRC's Indian Ed. It was not a debate or a challenge. Charter leaders understood that these services would support 325 Indian students. Late April, just this past month, in my capacity as tribal chairman, I met with PSRC administration to discuss Indian Ed and federal consultation. During that meeting, it was solidified that these consortium agreements would be honored. However, after that conversation, something happened. I do not know what happened. I do not have anything in writing. Let me provide some federal policy information. Title VI mandates tribal consultation and meaningful collaboration with districts and schools. The Elementary and Secondary Education Act, Section 8538, requires LEAs to consult with the local tribe prior to submitting the grant. Meaningful collaboration falls under Section 6114B7, which describes the process used to collaborate with the local tribe in a timely, active, and ongoing manner. And 6114C36 requires open consultation to include specific individuals, such as district leaders, tribal leaders, and the Title VI director. It will never be accepted that American Indian children's rights for education can be dismantled in back rooms. For purpose of the Title VI Education, Indian Education Formula Grant is to support the efforts of local educational agencies, Indian tribes, and organizations to meet the unique educational and culturally related academic needs of Indian students. I'm charging each of you to read and follow the mandates of Title VI. Because PSRC receives these federal dollars, you are required to consult with the parents and the tribe. We are here, and we want to work together. The actions of this administration and board
Chairman,
will not go unnoticed.
your
Thank
time
you.
has expired.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'll respond to that.
Sure.
With all due respect, your information is wrong. The issue was never about serving students. The issue is about charter schools and not following proper procedure. This board needs to define our work relationship with charter schools. That's what the conversation was about. And so when we reviewed the application and we saw those schools listed, and I did ask that question, I did not get a response. And so again, it's about charter schools. Now, just for information, we pay charter schools $620,000 a year. I am not anti-student, anti-charter schools. I am pro-public schools in Robeson County. You employed me to do that job. Had proper procedures been followed, that is, that initial application shared with the immediate supervisor, which would have been Dr. Locklear, he would have shared it with me. We would have had that conversation The first time that we saw the application, was that information was in that tribal consultation meeting. That's absolutely wrong. And the second part of the conversation, when we did request to take it out, all that had to be shared with us was, it's too late. When we got that information that it was too late, immediately we said, put it in. Let's have a conversation next year, one about our work relationship with charter schools. That's all. So I apologize for misrepresentation of information, but it's wrong. We never said we would not serve students. We said we need to establish our work relationship with charter schools that we're paying $620,000 as independent schools to serve their kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. John, we appreciate you being here, and if we need to have further discussion about this at a later time, you and myself and the superintendent get clarity or whatever, I'll be glad to do that. Like you said, I've known you all your life, and I think the world of you, and I'll do anything I can to help you in the administration. Thank you. Terry.
This is not about the public schools of Robeson County and charter schools. This conversation is about Indian education and how and how our Indian children in this county are funded. The government mandates that our Indian children have access to these funds. And I've got to be careful with my words. We need to be careful about how we manage these funds. We've got individuals at every level watching us. My wife is the chair of the state advisory board on Indian education, better known as SACE. That's a subcommittee to the Department of Public Instruction. She's the chairperson. Dr. Olivia Oxendine is on DPI. She's our representative. Our Title VI coordinator, we're lucky to have her because she is the vice chair of the National Indian Education Association. People are watching us. Our grant. Let me give you some numbers here. I pulled this information from publicly available databases in Washington, D.C. Hold on one second. Let me be clear about these numbers. There's approximately 1,300 districts throughout the United States that receives these funds. The average size is 81,000. 1,300 LEAs, the average size is 81,000. Our grant is about 2.6 or 2.5 million, which is either the biggest or the second biggest in the country. The way that we handle this grant, I think we need to be careful. People all over the nation are watching. I appreciate your time.
May I follow up with that?
Sure.
I hope that we would not have had this conversation. But the truth is, charter schools are independent schools. They have a right to submit a grant, not to be included in our grant. Now, I'm not saying we would not do that. We would do it after we have a full conversation with our board and intent to serve kids. I'm simply saying, let's follow procedures and things will work out the way. But charter schools have a right to submit their own application for the fund. That is not the conversation. The conversation is proper procedure was not followed. That's my concern.
And once again, this is not about charter schools. This is about our Indian population in this county that are going to public schools. So, and I'm glad this situation got resolved. But once again, I appreciate Dr. Williamson. Once we found out that the charter schools at that time, it was too late for them to apply on their own. I'm glad that we included them on on the application now. But my question would be, what's changed since the last couple of years? I went over to CIS Academy and talked to the principal over there, and he was under the impression that everything was all hunky dory. He had been in multiple conversations, and I'm not sure what happened this year as opposed to subsequent years in the past. And keep in mind also that we had for the 3 years that they were in place, we had these agreements with ISD.
Mr. Chairman, if I may,
Brandon,
Dr.
got the floor.
Dr. Connie Locklear has always done a super job with our American Native children, which did cause her to win that national award. If you all have never attended any of the National Indian Education Association conferences, you will be amazed. Because of my background with Native American, I've attended numerous of them in various states. And when I tell you our students have really ranked highly, and she's to be commended because she's highly recognized, even in the state of Hawaii, as being the top notch in the United States of America. And I thank God for her supporting our district, for supporting our children, the Native American children in particular, the way she do, and also the parents on the committee, parent committee.
Okay. Dr. Emmanuel?
I thought it was getting better with that. Mr. Superintendent, and maybe this is something that we may need to ask on it. What do we have to do tonight? When is this thing due? Do we have to vote on it tonight? You said we need further conversation. And I agree with you. Somebody needs to sit down at the table because it's a matter of clarity, and I know that everyone, they have the best interest of what we need to do for children. But when is it due? Is there emergency that we got to vote on anything tonight?
There is, and again, our intent is to have the conversation ongoing next year. One of the concerns was that we added some schools without our knowledge. So again, if we follow proper procedures, there's no concern. But it is, and we're fine. We want to serve the students, all students. Again, I'm not anti-students, pro-public schools of Robeson County. And how do we meet that particular need? Again, if we follow procedures, no concern whatsoever.
All righty.
One more thing.
Go ahead.
All that we have, and here is a budget. Is there any way we could get a text, not the whole grant, but just like the goals or something? And because I looked online to see if I saw something, but I didn't, because just to know the goals or what it is that we are, what is it we're supposed to be doing? And I know dropout prevention has always been a thing, maybe in reading, maybe some kind of text just after the fact. It doesn't have to be before the grant's approved.
I have it right here. I can share it with you. It's available online. I can share it with you.
So it's online now?
Mm-hmm.
Where did you find it? You can tell me later. But
Okay, we're gonna move on
I'm
then.
finished.
At this time, we're moving to the action items. Randy Lawson, chairman of, he is co-chair or chairman. Randy was chairperson of the construction committee. And Craig was chairman of the finance committee. At this time, the 2022-23 capital projects. Randy Lawson.
This is for the proposed capital outlay projects that the Finance Committee and Construction Committee went over. Miss Erica said that we're good. So I'm gonna call them out as such. Paving at Long Branch parking lot, $250,000. Paving at IEA parking lot, $75,000. LED lights at all the high school gyms, $25,000. Tennis courts, Red Springs High School, $110,000. Tennis courts, Parnell Sweat, $140,000. Bleachers at Lumberton Senior Main Gym, $340,000. Roof at Lumberton Junior High Auditorium, $90,000. Roof at Pembroke Middle, $20,000. Roof at Piney Grove, $132,500. Plumbing repairs at Piney Grove, $75,000. Football field and bleachers, Red Springs High. And this is the sports complex. Am I correct? Okay. I just wanted to make sure. $800,000 in maintenance vehicles, replace 1 to 3 vehicles per year at $200,000, comes up to be $2,257,500. And this is all proposed capital outlay projects to get started on.
I had Dwayne first. Dwayne. And Vontae, you have your hand up? Yes. I got Dwayne, Vontae, and then Mr. Gentry.
I'm gonna try to help speed this process up. So no offense to everybody that had their hands raised. Miss Erica, do we have the funds to take care of this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, motion to approve and call for the questions. So talk quick, guys.
Just a quick discussion. Having the issue and stuff ready, but with this football field and bleachers and stuff, I know you got to have them, but are we still in the budget of what we said we're not going to go over? I mean, no, I'm just saying whether it's the budget of the whole complex, or this within that budget or not.
So the original budget did not include these items, so that's why we're bringing that forward as a separate line item. We are within the budget of what has already been approved by the board, but it did not at that time include the football, and that's why we're bringing it forward now.
All right, and a follow-up question. I would like to have a printout or a cost line item of how much we're spending on this complex, because every time we come up, there's something else that we're putting out there. I'm just want to see where we're at.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Gentry's got the floor.
It was my understanding at one time that there were needed roof repairs and interior repairs at the auditorium at Lumberton Senior High School. And I don't see that anywhere on the list. First of all, I think I'm correct. If I stand to be corrected, please correct me, but I believe that was in the discussion at one time.
So there's an auditorium remodel or update for classrooms and facilities that is a part of our ESSER 2 funds. And once we move forward with that part of those funding, then we'll address any other needs there at that school.
So in the big picture, as Dwayne said, it's all incorporated, correct? Dr. Williams?
Mr. Leach, I do want to share with you, we met as a group yesterday with Anderson Construction for that purpose, to start reconciling everything so we can have a bottom line figure. So we've started that process. Thank you for asking.
Another follow-up question. All right, we got the tennis courts down here, 110,000, which is at the high school. Now, if we're spending all this money at that complex, we probably need to, before we redo these tennis courts, we probably need to look at putting the tennis courts at the complex. I mean, it's not finished yet. I'm pretty sure a couple more 100,000, you could put it out there and be done with it.
Yeah. I think we are landlocked now at the complex. Thank you.
Henry's got the floor.
Erica, correct me if I'm right. This, the football bleachers, Red Springs High, this will finish our athletic project, from what I understand. We know we were talking about different phases, but I understand we had discussion in construction finance meeting, and we were pretty much in agreement, Mr. Leach, because we were pretty much told this would finish us up.
That's correct.
Craig's got the floor.
Mr. Vontae, and a couple of conversations dealing with tennis courts at Red Springs. The courts that are on, just this information, because they're gonna have to look at it this summer. The courts that are at Red Springs High, they have 3 courts. There's no room at the high school where those courts are at to add another one. Now, if you went there and did a minimum of 4, one thing that had been looked at was on the campus where that old track's at, is going in that area and put the tennis courts there where you could do 4 or do up to 6. And one of the comments that had been made, if they're put there, that the high school students, if they want to have tennis classes or do something with the students, it would be right there on campus and they could do it. Because if they're put out there at the complex, the high school students, they're not going to use them during the day at all because that's too far to go. So I think they're trying to look at some options as far as with those tennis courts on that campus, as far as if they put them on the campus. And I'm not sure what's left at the complex. But I think if you look at that track at Red Springs, you could go inside that track because those courts there, I don't know nothing about how to do it, but I don't believe there's no resurfacing to those courts. They got to be replaced.
Dwayne Smith's got the floor.
I'm still calling for the question.
All right, we had a motion and a
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passed. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is the policy update, spring 2022. Bobby Locklear.
Chairman Smith, Superintendent Women's Board members, we met, the policy committee met last Thursday under the direction of Mr. Gentry, and we reviewed, based upon the recommendations of the School Board Association Spring 2022 policy updates and minor changes. And what I've given you in your board packet today are the ones that we believe would call, we agreed with the recommendations from the School Board Association, but here are some that we need your approval on.
Second.
Have a motion second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. All opposed? Motion passed.
Mr. Chairman.
Next item on the, Craig.
I'd just like to quickly add, Mr. Bobby and Mr. Gentry informed us that 2 or 3 meetings ago with policy, the book is up to date, except for some revisions. And folks, I've been on the board for 6 years. This never happened. And I know in 6 years, Mr. Gentry, Mr. Bobby, and everybody down here has worked on this, has done a fantastic job. So, I'd just like to thank you for getting the policy manual in place.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it. It's a lot of work. People just think we come here and there's a lot of effort made into keeping the policy and keeping the system running smoothly, best we can.
Mr. Chair, if I may, Bobby, will you please review policy 4400, please?
So under 4,400 in terms of attendance, we started looking at the number of students who had early release at our high schools and realized that that was an extremely high number. So the revision to policy on 4,400 section B2 under high schools takes out the part of principal's discretion and says 12th grade students who present extreme hardships may request to have an early dismissal in order to work. And these early dismissals can only take place after 3rd period.
Thank you.
All righty. Moving right along. Next item on the agenda is the Public Schools Robeson County RCC Board of Trustees appointment. I got a letter from Ms. Shirley Stockton, who is a member of the Robeson County Board of Trustees, that Mr. Virgil Hutchinson's term expires June 30th, 2022. As you know, the Board of Education appoints 4 of our 12 trustees in 4-year terms In the upcoming term, will run from July 1st, 2022 to June 30th, 2026. So at this time, I have a motion from Brenda.
Second.
Huh?
Second.
Second by Henry to support the recommendation of Virgil Hutchins, the RCC Board of Trustees. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passed. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is the Title VI grant, Dr. Robert Locklear, Dr. Connie Locklear. It's the 2022-2023 Title VI grant.
Chairman Smith, Superintendent Williamson, tonight we would like to get a motion to approve the Public Schools of Robeson County Indian Education Title VI grant for the 22-23 school year.
Second.
Have a motion by Brenda, second by Mr.
Sorry.
Gentry.
Move approval, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passed. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is the print shop equipment lease with Sistel. Erica.
Good evening again. I included in your packet the average copies done by the print shop and the recommendations from Mr. Tim and Hugh and Mr. Bobby reviewed those bids that came in, and we are recommending to remain with Sistel for a period of additional 5-year lease. Our current contract expires in July of 2022.
Motion to approve.
Have a motion by Dwayne, second by Mr. Gentry. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passed. Next item on the agenda is the budget amendments. Erica.
Yeah, that's our planning budget.
Planning budget, I'm sorry.
And I've included, as you'll see, it's a 15-page document that shows a summary of our current budget.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt. Motion to approve.
Motion by Dwayne and second by who? Henry. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. All opposed? Motion passed. Now we got budget amendments.
And I make a motion to approve that too.
A motion by Dwayne to approve, second by Craig. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. All opposed? Monthly pass.
Motion to
Motion
approve
passed.
our monthly financial report.
Moved by Dwayne, second by Craig. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. All opposed? Motion passed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brenda? I'm coming to him. At this point, at this time, we'll revert back to the public comments. Terry wanted a little more clarification on it.
Yeah, so my question is like, what exactly is the process? I mean, I can go on the website right now and access the form, but it basically just pops up and says it's unavailable because I should have signed up earlier or whatever. So when exactly is the deadline to sign up? And I actually thought that we discussed the last time that there was going to be a paper form here. Are we expecting, retired individuals, in their 60s and 70s to go online and fill out a Google form?
Go.
The current process is the form is online and the window opens a week prior to the meeting and it closes at 4:30 p.m., which is the close of business the day prior to the meeting, which would have been yesterday at 4:30. And that's to allow the staff time to research any issues and gather information and possibly a resolution before the meeting begins. That's the directive I've been given, and that's how it currently sits.
Dr. Williamson.
We also receive phone calls in and direct those to Patty, and Patty would help those individuals print that form and either mail it to them or, so we are addressing those calls in to that.
I've had several reports from individuals saying that they've called and asked to, and sometimes they use the word, I would like to get on the agenda, and they'll say, and the response is, well, you can't get on the agenda, right? So, what are we ensuring that these individuals, we're not playing semantics with them and we're saying, well, you can sign up for public comments. And I've also heard of individuals calling and saying that they wanted to sign up for public comments. And when they're asked, well, what is it about? They'll say whatever they want to discuss. And they've been told, well, you can't come and talk about that. I've had several individuals tell me that they've been told that they can't come here and speak about certain things. And I wasn't aware, what's our process for that.
Do you think, Dr. Williamson, I know back later on when we talked about public comments and trying to clear up the area, there was a policy or something about making a policy where people just can't come here, like you said, Terry, and just start talking about whatever they feel in that 3 minutes they want to talk about. But if you maybe take something to the policy committee, one article I read, it said it had to be relevant. It had to be when somebody came to speak, it had to be something that was related to the agenda. They just can't come up here and start talking about anything that they want to talk about. But if you want to refer it back to the policy committee and see if there's some way to streamline it or clean it up or make it more functional, I mean, I'm all about accessibility, but whatever way we feel is more appropriate to clean it up, Dr. Williamson.
Mr. Chair, if I may suggest, Cole, let's go back and put on the form. If you have any questions or concern, let's make Patty the point of contact and include in that. She'll be happy to print a form, those things. Let's add that and see if that would make a difference, please. Thank you.
Mr. Gentry?
I'd like to direct this to Mr. Grady, along the lines that you just mentioned, about designing a particular form or process, being online, I'll call it a process. We're very careful when, for example, when we have our closed session meeting about being relevant. And I guess what I was trying to ask Mr. Grady is, are there some legal parameters that should come into play when we design this form to be able to comply with what Chairman Mike has said, but yet be online with what we're supposed to be about?
Well, as far as content, I mean, as long as it's related to the public schools, whether it's on the agenda or not, that's fair game for public comment. And I don't want to get into the weeds, but basically the public comment is you're opening up to a public forum. And most things, as long as it's relevant, meaning relevant to the public schools, can be discussed. Some things you're comfortable with, some things you may not be comfortable with, but it gives a lot of latitude and gives you as a board not much latitude in controlling that comment period. So you got to be careful. I mean, there's some good articles out there from the folks at the School of Government. In fact, I got one up right now that I was reading as part of our meeting tonight. You really don't have the way it's set up. You don't have a lot of control over that 3-minute period.
Could you help the policy committee word a disclaimer that has the proper language in it that it might, I'm not going to say exclude, but might cause someone to think about what they're going to present is in line and proper? And, we could talk all night about what's proper and what's not, but could you help us to design a disclaimer from a legal perspective?
Yeah, we can talk about that. But again, everything's fair game for the most part in public comment period. I mean, as long as it's relevant to school business. I mean, you hear folks say, well, you can't talk about this and you can't talk about that. There's very little that you can't talk about, really. What you can't do is you know, to the, I guess there's a point that you can't get to, but as long as people are being courteous, respectful, and that kind of thing, they can basically talk about anything as long as it's school related. That includes personnel, that includes you as board members, that includes me as the school board attorney, that you know, it covers really the waterfront.
Including naming names.
Absolutely.
Mr. Chair, okay.
I got you, Brenda, you next.
I might, if I'm wrong, you folks can tell me. I think what's causing the heartburn maybe from the public right now is, you know, for years we'd been where there was a paper here, you could come sign up and talk. Okay, that was changed a few weeks ago, and I think Mr. Cole addressed it. So if you're gonna look at a policy, that's gonna take a little while. I would just say reiterate again tonight when you can sign up, and if it's online, it's online. Just reiterate it. If that's the way we're going, that's the way we're going for a while. But just make sure we keep that out to the public and that we put it out there on our webpage, and we say it again tonight, and maybe get a few things in the paper. I think right now you have to be on there and done it by, is it 4:30 on Monday before a meeting? And if that's the way we're doing it, Mr. Grady, and that's legal, doing it like that, just get that out there to the public, and that's what we're going by. And you can't come here and sign up right before the meeting. And as long as that's legal, just get that out there and that information to the public.
Mr. Chairman.
Brenda's got the floor, didn't you, Chair?
I would say I get a lot of inbox, texts, and emails in particular, because if they inbox me, I tell them to email it to me. And because a lot of times we will not have that many people coming before us if we go ahead and forward that information to the proper assistant superintendent. And I know, Mr. Bobby, you all may get tired of me, but I forward it in a heartbeat, because a lot of things can be resolved without the public coming to us. And that's how we need to gear everybody towards. Because as a board member, we may not have the answer. Or our language may not be the same that they receive from the assistant superintendent pursuant to policy and procedures. But when we do go ahead and try to help to resolve it, it won't even come to the board.
Eric?
Let me read you some language from Federal Registry, Volume 87, Number 5. This is a notice from the Federal Register of the Government Publishing Office, or the GPO, Department of Education. This is better known as the grant application for Indian education. Let me read you some language in it real quick. LE applicants are required to develop proposed projects with the participation and written approval of an Indian Education Parent Committee whose membership includes parents and families of Indian children within the LEAs, representatives of the tribes, basically the chairman, and it goes on. But basically it's saying that there's a parent committee, the Indian Education Parent Committee. And tonight, the chair of the Indian Education Parent Committee was here. He was sitting right in the back, had on a pair of glasses. He signed up for public comments. Before the meeting, somebody called him and told him that the issue had been resolved for him not to come, but he came anyway. So I'm just trying to figure out where the disconnect is here. The man done everything he was supposed to do. He's the chair of the parent committee. Based on this grant, we should be working in close collaboration with this individual, but he was not allowed to speak at this meeting tonight.
Who was not allowed to
said he-
speak there? Who?
And he signed up in time, Terry, you're saying?
He was called and told not to come because his issue had been resolved. Maybe he wanted to speak anyway.
May I speak to that?
Sure.
Dr. Locklear, will you address that? Because you had a conversation with Mr. Hunt, and once he understood the issue, he was fine from what he told you, correct?
That is correct, Superintendent. So at the parent committee meeting, Monday was a week ago, the budget was shared with the committee. Miss Dr. Connie and the chair at the time heard all the components. So the only question that was asked was about the consortium. So I addressed that. So I was notified that Mr. Rodney had called day before yesterday, so I returned his call, and I had a conversation with him about the consortium, and I said that had been resolved. We have placed everything back in the budget for the 22-23 school year. He said, "Thank you, Dr. Locklear. Make sure you let the superintendent know." But he never said that he wanted to continue to be on the public comments. He just said, "Thank you," and just let everybody know that we appreciate the support. That was a conversation I had with Mr. Hunt 2 days ago.
I'm sure he was unaware he'd be taken off the agenda. I don't think he just came in and hung out for nothing, but
I don't, Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Brandon.
after hearing what Dr. Locklear said, it sound, and hearing what Terry said, it sounded like just a miscommunication, perhaps. And I'm just saying, that's what it sounded like. But now we have heard this, we know to check back into it before time.
All righty. Any other comments or questions? Mr. Gentry.
Suggestion relative to Terry's comment. And we're thinking about a work in progress with the informing the public of the process for public comment. All of us go online to do different things and talk to different people by phone and other ways. And more, they're providing a survey to ask us how we were served and how we would rate that particular experience. And I'm not saying this would solve the problem entirely, but would it be beneficial to have a post survey of some sort where the person who is presenting an issue or situation has a chance to respond, and that way we have some documentation that, yeah, their issue was resolved satisfactorily, or no, it wasn't. I don't think it would, and I'd be glad to help do that if it's thought to be beneficial.
one of the problems.
Got carried in the way.
One of my problems is people don't like to put things in writing. And I've noticed that here, which seems to be a little bit odd to me, because at my job, we put everything in writing. I can walk by my boss man in the hall and he will nod his head at me and I'll nod his head at him, and we'll go back to our offices and send one another email, because that putting things in writing, that's protecting you and me. So what I'm hearing tonight is this person said this and this person said that. I feel like a lot of our issues will be resolved if we put more things in writing. And if everybody's on the up and up, it's not a problem at all. So I would just like to, make that part of our processes moving forward. Is that just simple record keeping? I think it would be, we'd be a lot more efficient when it comes to these types of discussions.
Wayne?
And I know this might be in line with this right here, but it's just like Terry said, we have a disconnect. I hate to call the kettle what it is, but this past week it's something a little different from that, right, Terry? I had a couple of phone calls that, I'm just going to say it, nobody cannot get in touch with nobody out here at central office. Now, if we've got phone numbers and people are leaving messages, there needs to be phone calls returned. And I'm just saying, I'm just going to say, out here at central office, if that phone rings, somebody needs to answer it. Because I hate to say it, I've been out here plenty of times, and that's all I see some people supposed to be doing is answering the phone. They can't even do that. Now, I've got a problem with it. I got a phone call yesterday that somebody's been trying to get a situation handled for 5 weeks. You know who I'm talking about. Nobody should not, if we're going to be a service for the public schools of Robeson County, people need to take care and do what they're supposed to do. If somebody leaves a text message or email or something, it is their job to communicate back with the public. And I don't mean to be going off on a tangent on this, but it all comes together to where this communication gap that we have here, to where people just not doing their job. Black is black, white is white. I think if we clean this up right here, we won't be having to sit here 30 minutes and talk about this, because I've been on the board 12 years. This is the first time. And I know Terry's been bringing it up, I think the past couple of months. We haven't had this problem here with public comment. We've talked more about public comments than I have probably all of us. Why? I don't get it. But there's some things that need to be cleaned up. And with all due respect to Dr. Williamson right here, he's the man, and I'm letting him know right now, I think he needs to ruffle some feathers and tell some people they need to start answering some phone calls. They need to start returning phone calls. They need to start responding to people when people call out here. Now, if they can't do their job, I'm pretty sure we can find somebody to do it for them. I hate to sound rough, but I mean, don't you pay somebody to do their job, not to do their job. So, thank you.
All right, Henry.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to say that, I heard what Mr. Wayne said, and, I will make this, comment. This time of the year, a lot of our, head staff are heading to Raleigh for different classes, sessions. Some of them are out in the schools doing whatever they're supposed to be doing. But that's not to say that somebody can't answer the phone. But our top management are, I know this time of the year, busy taking care of what they need to take care of with DPI.
Let me say this here, because I don't like to leave a situation and feel uneasy, because I feel uneasy over some things I'm hearing tonight in reference to our staff. If we as board members, and some of you have, I'm sure, will follow our staff, go out there to the schools and see what all take place. It's easy for staff to dialogue conversation with another staff. But you got to remember, our staff deal with students also. And yeah, they document. But some of our issues we're discussing tonight can be resolved. And I tell the parent, or if it's a staff, let me know if your issue will resolve. They let me know. And I said, email me and let me know. That's the email between me and that individual. And I don't call the staff back for things like that. But I think we're talking about some things, and you keep saying, don't put this on the staff previously, don't put that on the staff, that on the staff. But I'm hearing tonight you want more put on the staff. Documentation is vitally important. But we got to be careful with us trying to add more onto the staff. Mr. Gentry, I like what you said. You said you would handle that, wouldn't you? If you was to set it up. He didn't say he would put it on the staff. And it would be a lot if you do, but you volunteered your own self. So I commend you highly for that. Thank you.
Okay. We'll move right on to the next item. I believe we're getting down to the, yes, sir. Where are they?
Yeah.
Closed session. Randy.
Closed session minutes. I move that the Board of Education for the Public Schools of Robeson County go into closed session for the purpose of discussing certified and classified personnel, North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11A1 and 6, and to consult with the attorney retained by the board in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege between the attorney and the Board of Education for the Public Schools of Robeson County, North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11A1 and 3.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Thank you, Ms. Brandon.
Motion by Brenda. Second by Mr. Gentry. Come out of closed session. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passed. Have a motion to move to approve the closed session minutes as presented. Second by Henry. Any further discussion? All in
Move
favor, say
approval
aye.
as closed session minutes as presented, Mr. Chairman.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passed.
Motion to accept personnel as presented.
Have a motion by Vontae,
Second.
second by Mr. Gentry to approve personnel as presented. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passed.
Move approval of student transfer along with what Superintendent Williamson said, as presented.
Move approval of student transfers. Second by Randy. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. All opposed? Motion passed.
Motion to recess.
All right, we'll let Dr. Williamson do that.
Okay, I'll second it.
Motion to,
Did you make that announcement?
yeah, I guess.
Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead then.
Just want to let everyone know that the board did approve our summer school personnel, and there will be an email sent out after this meeting to all staff. And you can check that to see if your name is on the list, and you will know if you were selected for summer school. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and members, I am requesting that we recess this May 10th board meeting for a date to be named for the purpose of site selection for our new school, please.
Had a motion. I ain't got a second yet. Had a motion by Dr. Freddie Williams, second by Dwayne.
No. You need a board member to make the motion to recess.
Oh, I thought it was what he was doing.
Recess this meeting at a later date and time.
No, if we're gonna recess the meeting, we need a specific date and time.
Can we do that, Doc? Okay.
Yeah, I'll need it.
What date and what time?
Okay. So he's going,
Well, whatever y'all agree upon with some possible dates.
May 19th, that had been throughout me, May 19th. Is that, I mean, agreeable with everybody?
Car giveaway is on that Thursday.
Giveaway.
That Monday, the 23rd, seems to be,
Monday, 23rd?
Monday, the 23rd seems to be.
yeah, we just don't need to drag it out no longer than it needs to. I want to come to some type of resolution as quick as we can.
Say Monday the 23rd.
Yes, yes. Yeah.
Do the 23rd, can we do 5:30?
Got something, let's, when, Vontae? 23rd, we're gonna shoot for the 23rd at 5:30, Craig.
If we can, I'm good with 5:30.
Good with that?
Yes, or earlier,
Or
whatever
early.
works.
Yeah, I'm good with earlier.
If we can't meet on Thursday, I mean, on the 19th, if you look at, You got the 17 is elections, the 18 and the 19. So you look at that, I mean, that. Well, he says that's the earliest we can meet is on the 23rd.
In terms of time,
I was asking about the date. Is that the
How about the
earliest date that we
16th?
can meet?
Not defeat the purpose.
Mr. Chair, if I,
Go ahead, Bob.
if I may, the week of the 16th through the 20th, we had the boardroom reserved for them to come in and finish the renovation. So the room itself will not be operable for us to meet in
Just
here.
room?
It's just this room yeah, because the company's coming in to finish, putting up the speakers and all the other equipment.
okay. So that Monday, the 23rd seems to be,
Okay.
I'm saying, what's the earliest we can meet?
Let me ask you this now, before we go too far, because we need to come to, you said the 23rd, and I know you mentioned earlier in your presentation, Dr. Williams, about having, like, David, Mr. Edge, a county commissioner, and maybe Shannon Jones, the county economic, we plan on anticipate, are we gonna open it up to anybody, or just a select group, or how?
just a select group that can share some information with us relative to the discussion. So at this point, that would be Mr. David Oxendine, Commissioner Edge, and Mr. Jones at this point.
That'd be Mr. Roger Oxen.
I'm sorry, Roger, I'm sorry. Please forgive me.
No problem.
Are y'all good with that?
I am.
But I intend to have on the agenda.
Wayne?
I'd like to make a motion to recess the meeting to May 23rd at 5:30.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passed.
Great.
Monday.
Monday, 23rd.